can you hear me? Oh, I think you can. Okay. Thank goodness. I was so nervous that I didn't have everything set up. Happy TBRathon, everyone, and Happy New Year. Let me know if the mic sounds good. I am figuring out a new setup. I have a brand new mic. This is also the first time that I am live for a public sprinting event with OBS. So we're all starting new things in 2026, which is very exciting. Oh, I love seeing everyone saying hello in the chat. I see that, there's a few appreciations for like the way the intro was. Thank you so much. The TBRathon Mountains, indeed. I am pretty proud of how I set up all of this. I feel as though those of you who know me, who aren't new here, you know I love a theme. I will go hard on a theme no matter what. Sounds good over here. Okay, thank you, Alex. Both Alexes said it sounds good. Okay, great. Oh, I see Ashley says it sounds great. Okay, wonderful. Feel free to let me know what you all are reading or what you're doing, because some of you who might be doing Lost in the Library, you might be hanging out in the community room. What are your plans for the new year? And also maybe where are you saying hello from? How many different countries are representative? How far into the new year are you? Because for me, it is noon. It's 12 o'clock. I've got 12 more hours of January 1st. So I'd love to see just where everyone is coming from today. The plan is for us to go 15 minutes chat, 45 minutes sprinting, and we'll go every other. I see that Danny is reading A Study in Scarlet Women. Yes, Danny. For those who don't know, that is our book club pick for The Manor, for Only Murders in the Book Club. And I just finished that last night. Was it technically after midnight? Yes. But I'm counting it as a 2025 read. Oh, lovely. Oh my goodness. I see quite a few different people from the United States, Norway. Oh, that is so awesome. Canada representing Belgium. Oh my goodness. Goeiedag. How are you? Hoe gaat het? You might be from the French-speaking part of Belgium or the German-speaking. So I don't want to assume, but I only know Dutch. So I apologize if I just said hello to you in a language you don't speak. Pennsylvania representing me too. Arizona and Texas. Oh my goodness, this is wonderful. We are probably representing quite a few time zones. Australia, 3 a.m. for Brianna. Oh my goodness. You are a trooper. Good for you. It's not even the first anymore. It's the second for those who are over in Australia and New Zealand. That's amazing. I see Denmark. Yes, I did get the ARC. I see that someone commented that. So I ended up getting the ARC for Nobody's Baby. And this was just a serendipitous thing. I promise I'm not a fancy person. I'm not like a bigwig in the ARC world. But because I ended up getting the e-ARC for Murder by Memory, and I posted on Goodreads, posted on NetGalley, I ended up having a representative from Tor reach out saying, hey, would you like a physical galley, which is unheard of. I never get a physical ARC in any shape or form. And so I'm very, very appreciative. I'm very lucky to have an ARC, and I'm trying to be better this year. We're all turning over a new leaf, right? We're all switching things up as far as maybe becoming a little bit better people, but we're all work in progresses, and I want to be better about reading ARCs on time because I'm really bad about that. I usually wait until the book comes out and then I just borrow the physical book from the library. So I'm really shocked that they gave this to me, but I'm very pleased. Ooh, eating pork and sauerkraut today. It's making me hungry. Happy New Year from Oregon. Oh my goodness. Love that, Deborah. As many of you know, the Northwest of the United States, I want to go there one day. I've never been. Estonia. Oh my gosh, that's so cool. Kooky, that is awesome. Oh my goodness, I love seeing where everyone's from. I see Germany as well. There were many other countries I didn't mention, but this is super cool. The UK. That's awesome. Yeah, this is so cool, everybody. Oh, I see that Ashley is starting Spy Family. That is a really good, manga series. I'm only, I think, on volume 6, so I need to get back into that as well. The Sitterford Mystery for Comic Book Mom. We just read that for Not Reading for Content podcast in December. I hope you enjoy it. I really enjoy Inspector Narracott. He's really fun. Oh, actually, there's quite a few Agatha Christie's. I see that Simph is reading an Agatha Christie as well, one that I haven't read, After the Funeral. That one's new to me. The Color Purple, amazing. I see that we have a reader from West Virginia focusing on that one. Oh my goodness, I see that Katie's in the chat. I would rather be reading. The person who just commented, hello, friend. There are a lot of friends. I have a lot of friends in this chat, and I'm so appreciative of you all. But this is amazing. I love seeing what everyone's up to. What else are we doing? Oh my gosh, another person, Nola, is working 3 or 4 volumes into Spy Family. Have you met the dog? Have you met the dog yet? Because that is peak Spy Family. I absolutely love Anya and her puppy. They're a very cute duo. Oh my goodness, I see Ashton is reading The Obelisk Gate by N.K. Jemisin. Yes, that series is really good. I actually read all 3 books in that series in the same year. It wasn't last year, it was the year before, and that's also unheard of me. I'm really bad about continuing series, but it was a buddy read that I had with Danny Dabbles, so I hope you continue to enjoy it. It's one of those books that is just so impressive, especially because it uses second form, second person, which isn't for everyone, but I love when a book has second person because usually that's quite the specific choice. The author is kind of challenging themselves. I also see that some people are reading T. King Fisher. We've got Sword Heart. Hello, Happy New Year. Bethany working on Words of Radiance and Lone Women. We've got a few people juggling multiple books. I totally respect that. Hello from Thailand. Vanessa, are you in Thailand right now? That's amazing. Oh my goodness. I hope you have a lovely holiday over there. That sounds great. I've always wanted to go to Thailand, but that's a location I've yet to visit. 15 volumes into Spy Family for Allie. See, I want to be you. I want to be you. You know what? I think the longest manga series that I have completed was Cat Gamer, which is only 8 volumes, so I'm still a big newbie when it comes to dedicating myself to a large manga series. Ooh, The House That Horror Built. I've had my eye on that, but I didn't pick it up. But I remember when it first came out, I was very interested in that. Julia is starting Strength of the Few. That is another series that I'm actually starting this month. I'm going to start The Will of the Many. I'm just waiting on my library hold to come in because, not surprising, it's very popular. A lot of people are reading it, especially with Strength of the Few just coming out, so I totally get that. The Entanglement of Rival Wizards. Ooh, that sounds very good, Jordan. Is it a bit of a... I mean, it could be a full-on romantasy, but I feel like it sounds cozy too. I don't know, but it looks really good. Halfway through Nevermore. Oh, see that I wanna read that series as well. I love middle grade, and so I've been meaning to get back into that. For some reason, started it at 11 o'clock last night. You know what? That's a great way to ring in the new year, though, with like a really comforting read that's quite fun. I feel like that's a really good series to start at 11 o'clock at night. Happy New Year to Germany. I see that we have Selena here. Ooh, continuing Blackened Blade. Ooh, the 5th season, The Obelisk Gate, and had to reread the first one. Yeah, no, yeah. So yes, Ashton, I totally well, that's actually one of the big reasons. So when Danny and I read the first book, we thought, we can't wait. If we're going to continue this series, we absolutely have to. And so I think we read book 1 and then book 2 right after. So 1 month and then the next month. And then we needed a break. We gave ourselves a month break and then we ended up reading the 3rd book. So it was like a 4-month process. But we had to put our big brains on. Like we had to wear our big brain hats for that one, for sure. Oh my gosh, Kelsey. Hello, Kelsey. I hope that you're doing well. Happy New Year, friend. Started the Diamond Eye, but I'm off to a New Year's get together for the afternoon. That sounds wonderful. I hope you have a great time. Also, by the way, only a couple days ago, it was Kelsey's birthday. So if you haven't wished her a happy birthday, you don't feel that you need to if she's a stranger to you, but feel free to wish her a happy birthday in the chat. The Garden, historic horror. Ooh, and it was a gift from a friend on Christmas. That sounds lovely, Werecat. Oh my goodness, that's great. Oh yeah, did anyone get like books, either for themselves over December, if they celebrate Christmas? Did anyone end up, buying a few books for themselves, getting books from loved ones? I see that Anna is reading Marty by Kaveh Akbar, and it was through a Discord poll pick. I love that. Yes, amazing. Yeah, everyone feel free to use the Discord poll if they would like. Oh my gosh, Diego from Uruguay. Hello, welcome. That's so awesome. I feel like that's the first time I've seen someone from Uruguay in the chat. Oh, this is great, friends. This is so cool. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me today. Whether this is the first year you're participating in TBRathon, whether you've been here since 2024 and you've just seen it grow every passing year, especially this year, it finally being a year-long challenge, even though we're also doing the weekend challenge this weekend. We're doing the month-long challenge for January still. So just depending on what people are up to. But I'm really appreciative. This is really great. Overwhelming in the best way. Fig's Library, Natural Beauty. My mother really appreciated that book. She actually let me borrow her copy. I still haven't given it back to her because I haven't read it yet, but you've just reminded me that I definitely need to get on that. So hopefully this year, because I've been holding on to it for way too long. Quicksilver Brimstone from Your Parents, awesome. UK, so Tea Time, lovely. Attempting Cloud Atlas by David Mitchell, not the comedian. Not the British comedian, the author. It's terrible, but I knew the comedian first. And then I was like, oh my goodness, there's also an author who I've never read from before, so I probably need to do that. Received The End of the World as We Know It from Your Work, Secret Santa. Oh, that's really awesome. Akwesi Emezi, Son of the Morning. That sounds like a really good book too. I've been meaning to try that author actually, and I never have. Oh, Anna, you went to Antwerp the week before Christmas with my dad, went book shopping there. He got me 3 books. Oh my gosh, my sci-fi order came in the day after Christmas. Amazing. Oh, and for those who don't know, when I was living in Belgium, I lived in Antwerp. So I hope that you, like, in spirit said hello to it for me, Anna, because I do miss that city every single day. We see that Lita or Elida, I apologize if I'm mispronouncing it. Your in-laws got you a gift card for books. Oh, lovely. And then, you know what? There's no worry about being gifted something you already own, because I know that can be an issue, or gifting you something that you won't like. So sometimes a gift card to your favorite bookstore, whether it be, independently owned, it could be like a bookshop.org gift card or anything else in between. Then you get to kind of choose what you want, and it ends up being really worth it for you. So that's awesome. Picked up Midnight Timetable by Bora Chung. I've been seeing that author because, you know who I ended up, what's his name? Is it Anton Her or something like that? I think he ends up doing a lot of translations for that author and others. And I recently put one of his books, I borrowed it. Yeah, Anton Her. I think he does a lot of I don't know if he's translated that book, but yeah. Sophie's from Antwerp. Oh my gosh. I miss it every day. I ended up, the reason why I was living there was because I did a Fulbright. And so I was at the University of Antwerp, and I miss it. It was very, very fun. Ended up getting a book haul at the end of the year. Wonderful. You know what? Starting off the year with new books. That's what I'm hearing. That sounds lovely. Starting off on the right foot. Got a book box for Christmas. Awesome. Want to go buy books, but it's snowing here. Oh yeah. I'm sure the weather so where I live, sometimes we get snow, like heavy snow. A lot of times, I'm from New York though, so for me it always feels like a mild winter where I'm living. But I did wake up to snow this morning, and I was like, oh my goodness, starting off the year with fresh snow. But it's not too bad for me here. I'm sure it's snowing way more for you, Natalie. Happy New Year to Germany again. Oh my goodness, there are quite a few people who are from Germany here. That is awesome. I love that so much. Happy New Year. Oh, I was in Antwerp for a writing retreat last summer. Loved discovering it from a storyteller perspective. Oh yeah. And it's really interesting. I remember like the Grotemarkt, the statue with, like the hand, and I remember the lore behind the name, and all of that was really interesting to me. And actually I ended up going on a tour down in the sewers with my program that I was in. And so there's so much you don't really expect to be a part of that city. It's very interesting. But we are about to hit the first timer. So reminder everyone, we're going off for 45 minutes. I will have a sound to bring us back. But thank you so much for being here. Happy reading, happy tasking, and good luck, everybody. I will see you in 45 minutes. everyone. Welcome back. How was that first sprint for you? I know a handful of friends joined, which was really lovely to see. I also saw we had someone join from Brazil, which is super cool. And no worries, Simph, go off for dinner. Be back later. Nourish your body. Speaking of, for those who missed my comment because I quickly typed it in, make sure you've got some water near you or caffeine, because I saw that Michael said that he was hydrating himself with caffeine. That's also fine. Just make sure you have some water with you as well. Speaking of, I think I'm going to have my second cup of coffee in the next sprint. I ended up reading about a chapter and a half of Nobody's Baby, and I'm really enjoying it. It's really fun. I'll have to, when there's a lull in the chat, I'll read you guys the opening lines because I knew I was going to enjoy it right then. I see that Bronwyn made it to chapter 4, 15% to 52% for Fabled Reader. Holy moly. 40 pages for Michael with Will of the Many. The pages are so big. Yeah, the pages are big, and I'm pretty sure the font is small if you're reading it physically. I see 12% for Skeleton Key, 68 pages for Brianna. A good first sprint. Yes, wonderful. Let's see here. What else? Perfect timing. I see just finished a chapter for Sarah. Wonderful. Oh, it seems like everyone had a pretty good sprint, which is awesome. But like I said, some people also just joined. Don't worry. We've got more sprints to come. 10 pages in, but sleepy for Lexi. Also fine, especially depending on what time zone you're in. Some of you, I know that with Pacific Coast, if you're on the Pacific Coast of like North America, then we were starting at like 9 a.m. for you. Going to make some tea. Yes, Danny, sounds good. Speaking of, Danny Dabbles, that's the person I was talking about when I said that we read the 5th season, the Broken Earth trilogy together. She's pretty awesome. You should check her out. Tourist season, Millie. That cover is so cool. I don't think it's a book for me, but I love the cover of it. Oh, and a few more Happy New Years. Wonderful. Started strong, 63 pages, 15 pages done. Also read now 40 pages. Now you're at 50% for Safia. Awesome. 2 chapters for Telkana, 32 pages. Oh, and laundry for Selena. That's awesome. The Foxglove King. I love that title. I've been obsessed with foxes lately. Hello, Jenny. Hope you're doing well. Nnedi Okorafor's Death of the Author is incredible. I'm only saying this for those who maybe didn't vibe with it. I DNF'd it, but I know so many people loved it. So for those, if you're a little bit like, oh no, it's not for me, it's okay. But there are so many people who really enjoyed that book, which is what matters. 7 p.m. for Linny. Already sleepy, I bet. Well, especially if we think about it. Depending on, what your plans were for the 31st, if you stayed up until midnight for your time zone, we're all going to feel a little bit drowsy today. I feel as though that's to be expected. I allowed myself to sleep in. I had the luxury to do that though. And so I still feel like it's almost the morning for me because I had like brunch and all of that stuff. Beth, Rose Parade is over, ready to read The Spare Man. Oh, I hope you like it. That's actually kind of pairs well with what I'm reading because it's another sci-fi mystery. That one's a bit like Gaslamp in a way, Gaslamp steampunk. It's really fun. I really enjoyed that one. I hope you do too. And for those who didn't know, Nobody's Baby, this is a novella. It's a sci-fi mystery, and it's super fun. It's very, very cozy. So if people, I know that some people who are a little bit nervous about sci-fi, or maybe they're nervous about mystery, Murder by Memory is another novella. It's probably like 4 hours on audio. So feel free to maybe like dip your toes into areas of literature that you're nervous about by doing a little bit of a novella situation. Anna saying for Death of the Author, one of those books where I liked the idea better than the execution. Well, you know what? And then this is the thing. This is when I knew that it wasn't a book written for me, which is fine. I was way more invested in the robot chapters, and I've met people who said that those chapters they almost wanted to skip because they didn't like them. They were more invested in the author's chapters, and so I feel like that just demonstrates different reader. Like I was thinking, I would love a book that follows the robot, but we're just different readers, and that's just the way it works. Yes, this is the sequel to Murder by Memory. It doesn't come out until March. So I am very, very fortunate. And no, it's not because I work at a library. I actually was just reached out to by Tor, which I'm still reeling about. It was very shocking to me. But I'm very pleased that I have it because it's very fun. I see that Jaslyn. Oh, okay. Right in the meat and the weird of Bunny. I actually really like the way you described that. The meat and the weird. That's a good way of describing Bunny. I don't have an interest in reading the sequel. I don't know how people have received it, but I still think about Bunny all the time. It's a very interesting book, especially if you know anything about the author. There are a few podcasts, like The Librarians are in, and I think, what was it? Literary Disco. This was years ago. They read Bunny and they dove into just how many parallels that Mona Awad had with her own experience. I think she attended Brown for her master's in creative writing. It was also an all-women cohort. So she clearly felt like she needed to write about that experience. And it's interesting that it came to fruition in that way. So for those who don't know and love to see an author speaking to their own life, but in an obscure way, Bunny's a really interesting one. Oh my gosh, Louise. Hello, by the way. Hope you're doing well. Just finished dinner. Reading You Weren't Meant to Be Human. Oh, I like that title. And you went to bed at 4 a.m. after New Year. Exactly. So we're all none of us went to bed at a normal time. Or those of us who did, you're ahead of the game because the rest of us are just trying to play catch up a little bit. Thought the robot chapters undermined the main story because they weren't that good. So yeah, so I feel like it felt as though the author was juggling a couple stories, and maybe that just didn't work for some of us, while others adored it. For a good sci-fi mystery, yes, you would recommend The Mimicking of Known Successes by Malka Older. The titles get harder and harder to remember, but I would agree that's really fun, especially because that one's a Sherlockian reimagining. It's set on Jupiter, and it's the Massa and Plady. Those characters are our Sherlock and Watson, and it's very interesting. So I'm glad you mentioned that, Beth. Reading What Happens After Midnight. Ooh, I like that title, Marissa. I think I actually might know what that book is now that I think about it. Alice got to finish the second story of Before the Coffee Gets Cold. I'm wondering, are you reading that for Buzzword? Because I recently found out, I've never done Buzzword, although I love the concept. It's super cool. And obviously Books and Lala is awesome. But I know that this month, which you don't have to necessarily do it in order, but it's the before and after. I'm not sure if that is what has led you to do it, Alice, to read it. Yeah, I think it is really interesting, Jaslyn. So yeah, like look into it. You'll definitely see discourse on it because there've been a lot of people who've made parallels. Like for instance, there's a mention of like this is like because the university is never named, but they say that like in this college town, I think it was like the author of Cthulhu died, which is true. I'm pretty sure H.P. Lovecraft died in Providence. So there's just stuff like that where you can see that she's trying to tell you it's about her life without telling you, but it's also very weird and like magical realism. What do we believe? So it's about her life, but it's not. You know what has inspiration, what the inspiration was. Reading Almost Human. Just picked up Bunny. It's on my TBR for this month. Looking forward to it. Yeah, Bronwyn. Take a look at it, for sure. AKA Tracy. Oh my goodness. It's what's going on there? Is it Tracy acting as Bronwyn? Hello, Steph. Just finished my first meal prep dishes of 2026. Starting off on the right foot. Wonderful. Oh, good question. Fabled reader. Brand new to TBRathon. Oh my gosh. Also, I'd love to see how many people have been here. Like, this is their first year, or if they've been here since like 2024 or 2025. But welcome. Yes. So today the plan is to stream for about 4 hours. Mainly because, and if we're in the middle of a sprint, obviously we'll finish the sprint, have the chat, and then we'll close the sprints out. Mainly because on Saturday I'm doing 2 sessions. I'm going hardcore this year for TBRathon, and so if anyone's arrived late and they're kind of upset that they've missed the first hour, we've got another 3 hours to go. But then we'll have 2 4-hour sessions on Saturday. And I saw the question of, is this for the 24-hour readathon? The Saturday sprints are, but I mean, if today and tomorrow is the time you're free, feel free to use the next 24 hours as your 24-hour readathon for January. Don't stress if you can't dedicate any reading time over this weekend, because I'm sure it's quite busy as people kind of get back to normal. So yeah, don't worry about that. Just started listening to Before the Coffee for Buzzword today as well, for Old School Book Nerd. Awesome. That's very cool. Brand new to TBRathon. Oh, first year started kinda with TBR Harvest. Oh, I love that. Yeah, that's awesome. I love to see what people are up to and like what their relationship with TBRathon is. Oh, did you manage to look up how many prompts? Yeah, well, Zoe, you know what? I'm glad you brought that up. I'm glad you asked again because I totally forgot. See, I'm not familiar with this title. Like, I'm familiar with Grady Hendrix. I know this is his newest title, but I actually don't know. It depends on if any of the editions have one person or more on the cover for historical. I'm not sure if it's a historical setting as well. Someone else who has read Witchcraft for Wayward Girls is going to have to tell us whether it has a historical setting, whether or not it has one person on the cover. I know that the kind of well-known title here in the United States has a hand. If you want to count that as a person, that's up to you. And if you know a booktuber who's loved it, absolutely adored it, then it could count for all of them, Zoe. But I'm not familiar with the title enough to tell you which prompts it fits. Ooh, Alita participated last year. Ashton excited for joining for some of the Saturday ones. Yeah, and no one is pressured to join all of them. My thought process was that it was, allowing for different time zones to join, because one of them is the morning for me, which hopefully people in Europe can take advantage of. And depending on the timing, it could be like the next day, or it could be like an evening sprint, like late night sprints for Australia and New Zealand. I'm trying to think of where I'm in the world. And then I'll have like later evening sprints for those who are earlier time zones for me. It can be like daytime. So that's kind of where I'm at. But I don't expect someone to be there for all of the sprints. It's going to probably be two different crowds, which is totally fine. It's the first year for Raven. Awesome. No, I did TBR Harvest last year. Can't remember 2024. And that was my first year. That was when I was like a baby at readathons. And I was like, I don't know how to host one. But it was a very fun learning experience. Ooh, also, hello, Brie. Speaking of very cool readathons, I guess I just called my readathon cool. Sorry about that, friends. That's a bit embarrassing. But Brie is the host of the amazing readathon. She'll be coming back this summer, to my knowledge, to continue that. Highly, highly recommend. It is such a fun readathon, especially if you want the challenge of something competitive but fun, like all in good fun. I highly recommend it, especially for those who want to try out competitive readathons, because I think this is a first readathon for a few people, and mine's not competitive at all. I don't know what competitive means when I'm doing TBRathon. It's not in my vocabulary. Anyways, sorry, I'm gushing about Brie. Witchcraft for Wayward Girls is historical. Believe in the 60s. Oh, but you DNF'd it, which is also like totally get that. Oh, I see someone else mentioning 1970s. So historical. Yeah, which is always kind of like, where's the threshold for historical? But I do think that technically that is viewed as historical. So it definitely counts for that one. You can check in the Discord if you're a part of it and maybe do a poll asking people, does it count? And ask people to maybe do an emoji reaction if they think it counts for more. But yeah. Kim's first time participating. Very cool. Oh, I see. Seeking Mathematician asked, are you going to make a video or anything with suggestions each month for the map? You know what? I was wondering if I wanted to do that, if I could do that, because there are some that they're going to be a challenge for me as well. My best books video is coming out tomorrow, and it's not a plug. Can you tell I get uncomfortable when I try to promote myself? My best books video for 2025 is coming out, and the way I do my best books is I do it by category. So my best book in mystery, my best book in horror, my best book in XYZ, and I have 12 categories this year. And this time around, keeping you all in mind, my map of stories people, I did honorable mentions, and you can just treat it as a massive recommendation video. So here's my best mystery, but then I give 4 honorable mentions. The same goes with horror, fantasy, sci-fi, romance even, dare I say. And then I also Let me see here. I also have a few other categories that provide a bit of a mix, but that'll be posted tomorrow. And we'll see if I can provide more recommendations. I'm hoping that we can share recommendations from others as we make, progress, like other booktubers who are far better, far better experts. Like, I don't know if you really want to hear my recommendations for like a thriller, for instance. I don't know. I don't think I'm the person to tell you that. But yeah. Oh, thank you. I appreciate everyone saying that TBRathon is cool. I've always wanted to be cool, so I appreciate it. That's very fun. And yeah, no, Bree is so awesome in general. She's also such a huge supporter of self-published authors, and so if you want to get into that, you got to check her out in general. Oh, and thank you, Bia, for plugging me. The video isn't live until tomorrow, but I appreciate it. So I really tried to make sure I gave as many examples as possible for everyone. Yes, Nola, thank you so much. This is the time, everyone. I'm about to get us into another sprint. It's going to be another 45. So be sure if you didn't do it during this break, go get water. Check in with yourself. Do you need to go for a walk? Do you need to switch tasks? Maybe you need to like eat, whatever you need to do. And yes, can you imagine? Gotta start coming to your channel for all the romance recs. And yes, Leandra has a favorite romance. And I did preface this though. I think it's like at least 3 of them are like genre blends. Like one of them is like a sci-fi heist romance, so anyway, it's definitely a hodgepodge. But I will say there's at least one romantasy on the list. So I'm making progress. I'm figuring out what I like in romantasy, which is exciting. You could give the recs each month on the weekend sprint. Oh, experiences. People can always go back, watch the lives. That's true. And if anything, I could even, for those in the Discord, I could always like provide a preliminary list, like just a text, or videos that I found. And maybe that can help me like promote other booktubers because that's something I want to keep doing. So maybe that's something I could do as well. And then maybe in the description during those weekend sprints, I could have those booktubers kind of shouted out, like in the like in the description. We're all coming up with ideas. Oh yes, you do know which romantasy it was. At least I have a pretty good. I think you do. I think you do too. You've got to know which one it is, Brie. Genre blends bringing romance to non-romance readers. Exactly. The beauty of a genre blend is allowing you to enjoy a genre that you know and love, and then dipping your toes elsewhere. That's a really good plug for genre blends, Danny. Okay, on that note, friends, I'm going to send us over to another sprint, and I'll see you all in about 45 minutes. welcome back. How was that sprint for you? I know some people joined. I saw Sirvasha, Joshua, a few others. Lovely to have you. And we had some finished books, some first finished books. I saw that Pretentious Sunshine, and it doesn't even matter. You only had 50 pages left. A finished book is a finished book. Congratulations. I see Allie's question, so I'm going to answer that first. But oh my gosh, 35 pages. Page 45 in Housemaid. You're all doing so great. I'm sorry to hear, Espen, that you DNF'd your first book a few hours ago, but off to better things. DNF early, get it out of the way. But Allie's asking how I would recommend doing any of these challenges. Listen, this is up to you. Other people can comment what they're doing, if they're only doing one, if they're doing 2, 3, how they're doing it. For myself, I have Lost in the Library decide my January TBR, and I think I'm going to have it decide my monthly TBRs throughout the year because I'm also participating in the year-long challenge because I'm hosting the year-long challenge. And then I plan on doing Map of Stories every weekend event. So, for instance, and I'm following the order I randomly decided. If you look at the Map of Stories official worksheet, there's like a number with each one, either just arbitrarily telling you there are 12 locations, or you can allocate each number to the month that it represents. And that's what I'm doing. Most people aren't. You don't have to do that. But this weekend, I'm going to be reading Independence by Chitra Banerjee Divakaruni, which I do have right here. I'm already prepared for the weekend, but I'm working on Nobody's Baby today. And that one fits for Old Growth Forest. So it just depends on you. And I'm going to be doing a vlog this month for TBR Explorer. That's how I'm doing it anyway. But let's see what everyone else got up to. Lots of pages read. Some lunch was eaten. Wonderful. Oh my gosh, painting. That sounds lovely. I see that Isabel is painting. Oh, that's a wonderful. Too tired to read. Totally understand. Lost in the Library for January, Danny says. Then doing Map of Stories for the full year. Literally the same. We are the same person. Bia doing the map of the year long and then the board game for the rest of January. Awesome. Lost in deciding my January TBR. I think a lot of people are either doing Lost in the Library to decide their TBR for the month, or I've heard a handful of people are using that every weekend throughout the year that we're doing the weekend event, which you also don't have to attend all of the weekend events whenever your schedule is free. So maybe people are going to use Lost in the Library 6 months instead of all 12 because they're only joining us every other month, whatever works for you. Still writing 2025 book reviews. I feel that. Hilda, welcome. Welcome to the party. Glad to have you. Oh my gosh, Fabled Reader, 82% into the book, finishing hopefully next round. Was only able to join this sprint, but happy to be here. Welcome, Elizabeth. Got 14 pages done during the partial sprint. Sounds great. Lynn, I'm about a quarter of the way through my book. Awesome. Oh my gosh, so many people are just making progress. I'm so impressed. Marietta is doing Map of Stories. This is wonderful. Yeah, I'm so happy. I love, so Allie, feel free to go through these comments and see what everyone's doing and just see what works best for you. No pressure. You also don't have to decide now. You definitely have time to feel things out. Anna is doing TBR Explorer because I need to be able to pick my books. Exactly. I feel as though that's what I'm doing. So Lost in the Library is deciding my TBR. TBR Explorer is kind of more of a mood reader situation. As I pick up books, I think I'm then, once I finish it, going to look to see what prompt or prompts I want to count it for. That's kind of where I'm going. I think that the TBR Explorer can be for mood readers, but I think all of them can. It just depends on how strict you are. The Last Gifts of the Universe. Oh my gosh. I want to read that book so bad. I have wanted to read it for a while, but I'm even more motivated because I know Danny absolutely loved it this year. She read it twice in 1 year, which is not something she does. I hope you're liking it, Maeve. I know you said you're really liking it. I hope you continue to like it. Michael, think I'll use whatever book I'm reading at the moment for the weekend event. Exactly. And also, I mean, if you just want a reading community, don't do any of the challenges. Just hang out with us and read whatever books you want. That's also totally fine. Lynn wants to do all three: map for the year, board game for the year 2, 11 rolls version. Oh yeah, because then you can roll once a month. Like you can roll ahead of time, whatever you want to do. Explorer for January. That's a great idea. Yes, Danny, you heard Last Gifts of the Universe. Yeah, and it's such an underrated, I haven't even read it yet, but I do feel like it's an underrated title. Not enough people know about it. It sounds amazing, and I know how much you love it. More progress on Bleak House for Jen. Also, good morning, Jen. Glad that you're here. I saw that you popped in. Alita's doing the board from the Lost in Library, but cut out the prompts to put it on a spinner wheel. That's a really good idea. I also love how everyone is doing everything differently, whether it be like the type of die they're using. I know a few people decided to do a D100. I have no idea how that worked out. That is absolutely insane and amazing for you. I ended up doing something simple with like a D6 when I was doing Lost in Library, but feel free to do like a D12, D20. It gives you more options as you move about the board. And you can just move in circles if you know that there's certain areas on the board that you don't like. Lost in the Library, what is new or old? So Raven, if you take a look at the Google Doc in the Google folder, I do have a definition, like an explanation for every single prompt. But for new or old, that one can be interpreted kind of differently. Either, for instance, a new release versus a classic, or maybe a newer book added to your TBR versus something that's been on your shelves for years. Whatever the case is, maybe like a new to you author, or like a veteran author, an author that you've read multiple times before. There are definitely many different ways. The either or prompts you can do a lot of different things with. Love using a spinner wheel. Yeah, it's really fun because then there's a little bit of excitement. Beth is doing mystery 3 to 4 word title. I love to see it. So definitely people can also do any different, because of the spare man, ha ha ha, I love that. Amazing. Doing a bit of all three for Nola too. Awesome. Oh my gosh, Ellen, hello Ellen, doing Lost in the Library to choose a few books. Speaking of, I watched Ellen's, so I may have missed people's TBR videos, but I posted in the Discord Ellen's. I also shared Danny's, and who else did I share? Kirsten's, I believe. All of them did Lost in the Library if people want to see versions of how everyone else did it. Also, 3 lovely creators that you should definitely support. I'm just saying, not that I'm biased or anything, because they're just lovely people. Oh yeah, Julia. I thought it was you, Julia. I promise I wasn't calling you out. Julia, did the D100, was to see how many rolls you were doing. Oh my gosh, I completely just assumed you were rolling D100, and I was like, if you get 100, you're just moving about the library all willy-nilly. That's actually great. I love that, because then you're figuring out, for the entire year, how many times you're rolling. And there's always the community area if you're thinking, too many books on my plate. So that's actually really fun. Meanwhile, I did like a baby roll. I did a D12 to decide how many rolls I was doing. Lost in Library for January, TBR Explorer, and Map of Stories for the yearly. Awesome. Love using a spinner. Oh, I already saw that. I'll be doing Lost in the Library for Glenda. Amazing. My first book was Arcane Inheritance by Camilla Cole. Just came out this past Tuesday. Oh my gosh, lovely. I love people reading some new books, but I also saw someone was starting like The Great Gatsby. So we really do have a variety of reads in this sprinting session. I feel like we're covering all of the genres, if I'm being honest. Yeah, D100. An amazing idea. I agree, Bia. Playing the Lost in the Library for the weekend, then rolling a D100 or DOO to get the page count. To read per each book chosen. Laura, that is interesting. Don't mind having multiple books in progress. Oh yeah, and that also is dependent on comfort level, whether you're a 1-book person or if you're reading multiple books at once. Using sprints, starting the community room. Sounds great, Solar. Hope you're having a good day. Also say hi to Yellow Rose for me. Always end up defaulting to a D6. Well, I found myself, for myself, I think in the past I've done larger die, and then I realized that, especially if I think with the TBR Harvest, I realized I had too many options with the game board, because since there's no start or end, which is my fault, I'm the one who created it, I could go anywhere. And so that offered me like 6+ prompts. So I figured I'm going to do a smaller die, and I still have options. I probably like 2 or 3 options per roll, but it wasn't too much. Okay, Raven's going to choose a TBR veteran. Awesome. Well, I ended up getting to page 34. I'm at the start of a new chapter for Nobody's Baby, and as promised, I said I was going to read the first lines to you all. It says, "The note from Ruthie arrived at breakfast with no preamble, flashing on the glowing face of my pocket watch. At what age do human children grow teeth?" Isn't that so funny? I love, and I didn't have the answer for that. It actually reminded me, I had a coworker at the library. She recently had like a niece and nephew come into the world. And this was last year, I think. She was showing a picture. And I was looking at the baby and I was like, oh my gosh. I think I was looking at the nephew. I was like, he doesn't even have teeth. And that just shows how much experience I have with babies. But I was like, man, what we start out as, it's nuts. Anyways, blaming me for the 3 classics you're going to end up reading. To fit some of your challenges, I'm going to end up doing Dune, Pride and Prejudice, Silence of the Lambs, but that just shows a really great eclectic classic grouping. I mean, you've got like classic sci-fi, classic like Regency romance, Silence of the Lambs, classic horror, which also shows people that they don't have to read something that's like hundreds of years old. There are some classics that were published in like the 20th century. I know someone recently asked about Agatha Christie, Golden Age detective fiction. All of that is classic in my opinion. So yeah, very exciting times for us. I'm sorry, Alex, but also I hope you like them. Alita, scared of series. So for my first book of 2026, picked the start of a series. Good for you. I hope it works out. I understand it can be a little bit tough getting out of your comfort zone, depending on what you're reading and what type. I'm more of a standalone person or a series of standalones. So I've gotten better about reading series, but I'm with you. Yellow Rose, been super busy doing lots of surgery prep. Yeah, understandable. Working on your bullet journal. Definitely have missing sprint. We've been missing you. Speaking of, I have my planner in front of me. The last couple minutes I was doing that. And then I have my newest reading journal. It's very basic, but I'm pretty proud of it. I still have it as like a bit of the craft. It almost looks like a bit of a craftiness going on, but I really like it. So yeah. More simplicity with my bullet journals this year, but I'm pretty happy that I had it ready for the start of January, because usually I'm behind on that as well. Always need multiple. Oh yeah, totally. You need multiple books as a mood reader. Understandable. That's how I am too, especially with format. Like usually I want an audiobook and I want like a physical book. I want to make sure that whatever scenario I'm in, I'm prepared. Lost in the Library for January, perhaps each month. Babies also don't have knees. They don't have knees. You're right. They don't have knees. So weird. Just got back from playing Pokemon Go with the spouse. Now we're going to eat lunch. Sounds lovely. Sounds like you're having a great afternoon, like a great first day of the year. I have to read series all at once, or I never get around to the sequels. That was a problem I was having, where I realized it's weird to wait multiple years between picking up book 1 and 2. Because it just never occurred to me. And I didn't used to really be a big rereader. And so it was always something that I was just like, oh, I'll just have to figure it out as I read. But now I'm a lot better about doing it more quickly. And Ashton, we were talking about this earlier with Broken Earth Trilogy too. Doing map throughout the year, having one book that is pushing me to read something different is nice. Oh, lovely. And just one book. And especially depending on the type of badges, what you're doing. Independence for me fits all for gold badge. Is that going to happen every month? Probably not. Yeah, no, babies don't have knees. If you think about it, they have to like grow them. We are related to like plants in that way, where we don't have everything. We need to like grow them. It's actually very interesting. I don't think I needed to know that about babies. Me neither. But it's interesting. It's very weird. And it's really funny because clearly no one in this book has ever like taken care of a baby. So they're all in the thick of it. Like they are stressing. And I find it very funny as someone who does not have to do that. That's why I have the comfort of not having to worry about it. We are getting towards the end of this chat, though, friends. So I want to prepare you. We're going to go into another 45-minute sprint, and we'll probably get 2 more in, if not 3, just depending on how the time goes. But I hope you all have a lovely sprinting session. And if you got to go eat or like maybe go to bed, do other tasks, don't worry. It was lovely to have you while we had you. Babies also don't have fused skulls yet either. Oh my gosh. We really just enter the world so defenseless. No knees, no teeth, no fused skulls. Man, oh man. Good thing, the adults take care of us. And remember to refill your waters. Thank you, Nola. Yes, everyone, take care of yourselves. Make sure you're hydrating. Start off 2026 hydrated, if anything. At least start off January 1st being a hydrated bean. Okay, I will see everybody in 45 minutes. welcome back. I swear, I think I summoned Krista from Books and Jams because I just mentioned her as an option for those looking for historical fiction recommendations. And she popped in and said, hello, Happy New Year. She's sprinting as well. She's also lovely. I'm sure most of you already know who she is. You should definitely subscribe to her if you haven't. And a handful of people also provided their favorite booktubers up above, so definitely check them out. Some of them are historical fiction, because that was the question at hand, but others provided fantasy, other types of booktubers that they've enjoyed, so there's a plethora of options there. I see people are working on learning another language. Awesome, Tennille. Oh my gosh, Temmie is 53% into A Man Called Ove. That is awesome. I did see a handful of other people are making progress, which is wonderful. What else is going on for you? Didn't read a ton that sprint. That's okay, Natalie. I'm almost done with the piece I'm working on. Oh, for the scarf you're crocheting. Speaking of crocheting, for those who've been following my journey, my bat finally got his crochet wings. Now, I crocheted one of them upside down, but it just looks like he's waving at you. Hello, explorers. He's a little bit wobbly. His name is Baron von Bartholomew. Batty Barty, as his friends call him. His father is the Count. So yeah, isn't that, I don't know, I'm pretty proud of him as my first ever crochet option. Yeah, making my own journey, trying my best to become a crochet person. But yes, the bat, very cute. Ashley got the next book in, or the next roll for the next book. 5 pages of Will of the Many. Chapter 6 for Maeve. Bat wings, yes. Danny has made some progress on A Study in Scarlet Women. Oh my gosh, 20 pages last sprint. I thought you were going to say 20 pages left. That's why I suddenly got really excited, and then I realized, oh no, it's okay. Hello, Patty. Happy New Year to you as well. The smile and fangs. Yeah, so the smile and the fangs are just part of the yarn. Like I just kind of tied it in there, and then I used an in and out, like for the smile, if that makes sense. Let me see. Can I make him even closer to you all? So you just are like, he's staring into your soul. But what a happy face. What happy eyes and a happy disposition to be staring into your soul. But yeah. This was a Woobles kit, just so everyone knows. Very much had to learn the basics and also remind myself of what a single crochet is, because I had put this project down for a month. And then Mindy, you signed up for Craftsy. Oh my gosh. I hope you take advantage of all of the lessons. It's really awesome. For those who missed out, that was my most recent sponsor for my TBR video, and truly, I'm blown away by the deal that they gave, and I promise I'm not promoting. No one has to sign up for it unless they're interested in what they provide. But I was really shocked. So I hope you take advantage of it, Mindy. I definitely plan to. I just have to figure out what my next crochet project is going to be. Am I ready for like a scarf? Probably not. Maybe a granny square. I think that's a lot of people's first steps. Chapter 5 in Season of Love, page 54, finished cleaning the kitchen, now laying in bed while I wait for laundry. Lovely, getting things done, but still relaxing. Sarah's in love with him. Isn't he cute? I'm very proud of him, and I'm very protective of him as well. He's really cute. I'm so happy with him. Like for a first ever crochet, perfection. Could there have been corrections? Could he have been better? Sure. But I'm very proud of him for my first ever time. Starting Percy Jackson in the Battle of the Labyrinth from the UK. Hello, UK. Hello, people across the world. This is my first ever readathon. Oh my gosh, I'm honored. The number of people who've said this is their first readathon ever, I'm really honored, because I know that can be really overwhelming. I know a handful of people, it's their first time with like Discord. If they're using that, they don't have to. That's just an extra part of the community. But I really appreciate the number of people who are getting out of their comfort zone and trying trying something new, whether it be a readathon, Discord, or anything else like that. I hope you all are having fun. I know this is probably some people's first sprint. There were a few people who didn't know what a reading sprint was. Totally understandable too. So yeah, I'm just very pleased. Let's see, what else is everyone saying? Found triangle scarves. Might be called corner to corner, something like that, to be really easy. Good to know. Finished your fantasy series read. 63 pages today. Congratulations, Kimberly. Rolled for the Lost in the Library. Black author. Witches Steeped in Gold. Ooh, what a title. That sounds great. I hope you enjoy it. Now you're going to update your reading journal. And hello, Anne. By the way, I saw you pop in. I waved, but I didn't get to address you. Craftsy has some great stuff, but be sure to check the cost of the subscription when it gets ready to renew. That's smart. Yeah, I mean, take advantage for the year, get all these skills under your belt, and then feel free to cancel. I mean, that's totally up to you as well. But yeah, because the price is significantly different. Like, I think they ended up giving it's $149 for the year for 12 months. And the actual subscription price is something like $120 something. This is US dollars, by the way. I know that it's different across countries depending on, what your currency is. But yeah, kind of crazy. And yes, Kim, Storygraph is on. Oh, so the Storygraph challenge is on. What am I saying? TBRathon is on the Storygraph challenge. Yes. Sorry. Yeah, so you can definitely find that either. I don't know if you can search it, how easily that is. It's in the Discord. And I also, I think you can find them in the Google Doc as well. People can fact check me though, because if it's not anywhere in the Google Doc, I need to change that. Because I want to make sure it's accessible for everyone in case, you don't have Discord. Gonna head out for the day. Sounds good, Ashton. Got a good chunk of Obelisk Gate done. Woohoo, sounds great. Keep us updated on what you think. Just reminded me that I also have to pick up your crochet project again. Yes, do it, Louise. I'm such a champion for crochet because I'm totally into it now. Definitely need some snacks for the next sprint. My stomach was growling a little bit. So I think I'm going to have to at least have a snack in the next sprint as well. Really trying to use Storygraph this year. Yeah, totally, Kim. And actually all 3 challenges. They're separate challenges because my brain couldn't put them all in one. I don't know if anyone wanted that anyway. So depending on which challenge you're doing, there's a separate Storygraph challenge for each, just so you know. Bia already canceled their renewal. Smart. Very smart, because we also know a year from now, we're not going to really remember. I'm sure, obviously, you'll get like an email notification, but if there's a way to ensure you can't renew automatically, that you're helping yourself out in the year. And then, of course, if you decide to keep using it, but at least it won't charge you without you really thinking about it. Made some reading progress, took a bath. Ooh, that sounds lovely. What a way to start the year as far as like allowing the muscles to relax. Been sitting here working on spreads. Sounds good, Yellow Rose. Almost done with January. Then can go back and make my yearly pages. I need to... I realized, speaking of Storygraph and other review sites, I need to update and make sure that I'm fully cleared out from 2025, because I feel like there's a handful that I didn't actually put on those sites for December. And so I don't want to forget that. Granny Square, Corner to Corner are popular. Mile a Minute patterns are easy to start with too. Okay. Oh, 100%. Please, Josh, double up, triple up, quadruple up, quintuple up. Do them all. And feel free if you want. There's someone in the Discord who ended up for TBR Explorer. I think they were able to manage to getting like almost every prompt, like all 12 elements with one book alone. So, and no one has to do that. If you want to do one book per prompt, please feel free. Or if you want to limit yourself, restrict, make it as hard as you want. You can also use books across challenges. So for instance, like this helped me put it on my January TBR, Lost in the Library. That is why Nobody's Baby is on my TBR, but I'm definitely going to count it for TBR Explorer as well, for instance. Yeah, of course. Speaking of, so I am now on page 51. So I've read 50 pages. I'm trying to take my time because it's a novella. Can I talk? Because it's a novella, I don't want it to like go by too quickly. Like I wouldn't want to, personally, I don't want to finish this in one day. I definitely could. But I'm finding it fascinating. A lot of discussions about memory of tech, this like kind of luxury liner, the Fairweather, and these people, the way they're reacting because it's such an isolated space and they have to restrict so many things. One of the things that they've restricted is the ability to procreate because they're traveling hundreds of years from Earth to a new location for humans. And in doing that, they just don't have the space. They can't allow for, more humans. Instead, they like regenerate their bodies. So after they live a life, they then are reformed at 20. And so the Fairweather, I think, has been going for like 350 years. And now suddenly a baby is on board. And they're like, how did this happen? It literally shouldn't be possible because of what we've done in place. And so there's just a lot of questions going on. And it's very sweet. The baby just got a name, and I just thought that was very cute. And I actually really liked the name. It makes sense. So yeah, it's very interesting. And we've just gotten to the technology of like movies, and I don't know. I find it very fascinating. It's very cozy. It's definitely like cozy mystery sci-fi for sure. So yeah, right now I'm definitely recommending the series to everybody. Going to head to bed. Sounds good, Annika. I know it's far later for you. You are a handful of time zones away in South Africa. Have an appointment at the licensing department in the morning. Okay, good luck with that. I hope it goes well. The way I was just about to ask the Discord if I can double up on prompts for one book for TBR Explorer, only to have it questions. Joshua's gotcha. He must have sensed it, Natalie. He's like, I'm going to ask this question for other people. That's how selfless he is. That's how empathetic he is through the internet. Just finished editing my new 2026 reading journal setup. Awesome. Does anyone else loathe the editing process as much as I do? Yeah, it's really, especially because it sounds like it's like a digital reading journal, possibly. That sounds tough because, yeah, there's like all these finicky elements that you're changing. I like the fresh start of a reading journal, but I've kept mine really simple this year, where instead of a bunch of annual spreads, I think I'm going to be doing them as monthly spreads because you know what I find myself? If I'm not updating the journal with every finished book, I keep forgetting where I'm at. And I read so much that, for instance, maybe I've just finished book 87. Now I have to count all of the boxes or whatever to see how many books I've actually tallied. And it just ends up stressing me out. So I think we'll see how it works for me. First day of the year, speaking correctly is overrated today. Yeah, whatever. Fresh start. I'm allowed to talk as poorly as I want. I'm allowed to make as many mistakes as possible. Nonfiction, BIPOC author. Gonna read Simply More by Cynthia Erivo. Awesome. I know that's a newer release. By the way, Leandra, I was inspired by you. We'll make a goal to read less this year. Really want to be more intentional and mindful with my reading. I'm really honored. Thanks, Bia. And everyone else, if their goal is to enhance their reading, increase the number of books they finished, please feel free. I've just found that I was reading too much. So not this past year in 2025, but in 2024, I read 231 books. For some people, that's just normal and that's a totally fine number. For me, it was way too many. This year, I ended up reading 148, so far less, still more than years in the past. And so I'm trying to lessen for myself. I feel like we all have a number that is like the perfect kind of Goldilocks moment. I'm still finding my number. So Bia, I wish us luck for quality over quantity. Happy I still made it today. You did, Kathy. Yay. We've got another recommendation for nonfic BIPOC. If someone's looking, We Are Jaguars by Namonte Nankimo? I'm probably saying it wrong, but it sounds interesting. Pina, hello. Oh my goodness. I feel like it's been a little while since I've seen you on sprints. Not because you haven't been there, but I also haven't publicly sprinted in a long time. Love reading in a hot bath. Clairvoyant. That's what they call you. Clairvoyant Joshua. Didn't you know? Hello, welcome. I see a few more people have joined us. Oh, and there's a birthday to celebrate. That's awesome. Happy birthday. Let's see here. Considering I finished one book, next sprint I'm going to read for work. Sounds good. Balancing it out. Goal of trying to read more with my eyes. Oh, I've seen a few people say that too. Like, definitely nothing against audiobooks. I love audiobooks, but I do think that I need a few more like physical reads just to slow me down as well. So yeah, I totally understand that too. But yeah, exciting times. I hope everyone is ready for our next sprint. Also, hello. I think is that the Puerto Rican flag? You guys are testing my geography, and I'm embarrassed if I don't have that wrong. So let me correct myself. It's not. What is that flag? I wanna get better about geography. What flag is that? Can someone tell me before we head off? Because I definitely want to make sure I'm knowledgeable enough. We'll see. We'll have to see what that flag is. Why don't I recognize it? Let me see if I can. Chile! Thank you so much for saying that. Okay, the Chilean flag. Welcome. Oh my goodness, I feel so badly that I didn't know it. That's on me. That's definitely on me for not knowing all of my flags because I'm really bad about that. But lovely, welcome. Okay, everybody, we are going to be jumping into our final sprint of today. There'll be far more on Saturday, and I'm going to make sure I get some water too because we definitely need to be hydrating. But I will see everyone in about 45 minutes. Thanks for being here. Hello, everyone. Welcome back from that final sprint. I hope you all ended up being pretty productive. If not, that's also okay. You absolutely don't have to be productive. I did see that some people headed out. Understandable, especially if it's getting late. It's probably getting quite late for some of you. I know that Sacred Jewel just joined. I'm sorry, Jewel, but we do have sprints on Saturday. So for those who are thinking, oh man, I only got 1 or 2 sprints in, don't forget we've got 2 sessions on Saturday. So hopefully you can attend at least one of them. There's no obligation though. We had some more reading done. Sophie read another 30 pages. Raven got another 35 pages, ate some carrot cake. That is an underrated cake. Carrot cake is so good. I know it's not for everyone, but I love carrot cake. Joshua took a brain break. See, that is totally fine. And that's probably what I'm going to do as soon as we're done with sprints, because I ended up getting 60 pages total today. I'm happy with that. And I'm probably just going to set the book down and maybe pick it up tonight or tomorrow. So I think I'm going to do a brain break as soon as we're done here. Love the reading sprint so much. Oh, thanks, Safia. I really appreciate that. I see that Espen is halfway through the book. And I think, you know what? I will actually pause and say that thank you all so much for hanging out with me, because this, I mean, I wasn't nervous, but I feel as though there was a lot about this sprint session that I was very, very excited for. First and foremost, it was kickoff for TBRathon, which is my favorite part of the year. At least the start of it is, because we're all coming together, new faces and old, starting new reads afresh. It was also the first time I've public sprinted in quite a long time, and then also my debut for OBS. So you all have just been a wonderful group as all of these were coming together in one day. There was a lot riding on it, I guess, for me personally. So I'm really glad that it went pretty smoothly. And it sounds like you all had fun. So I'm glad. Ooh, a lot of much higher percentages as we've made it through. I also see that we have graphic novels, manga, novels being included, audiobooks. It seems like we have a good variety of formatting and like types of books too, which I love to see. People watching BookTube, taking a dinner break. I support that too. Yeah, thanks for being here, everybody. Oh, we'll be back on Saturday. Sounds great. And truly, don't worry if you can't, because it's January, and that's one of the major sessions for TBRathon. I'll probably have a couple more public sprints for TBRathon throughout the month, so hopefully you all can join then if you can't join us, on the weekend. And yeah, thanks everyone so much for being here. I'm so glad that you all made so much progress. I see 70 pages today, and yeah, this was great, a great time, even though only made it to one sprint, and I'm glad that you even made it to one. Feel free to go off and find other sprints. There's got to be other creators out there who want the company, because you all have given me company. So pass it forward. Go hang out on someone else's sprints, because I'm sure that you're going to have a great time over there as well. But I'm going to end it here. I will see you all either in the Discord, because I see that the weekend chat is still going strong already, even though it isn't technically the weekend yet. And I'll also see you guys Saturday if you can join me then. But until then, I'll see everybody later. Bye!